Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. This is the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic, presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Good morning, everyone. $2 Phil Breiler here from Pla-Mor Lanes. This is the 18th annual event here at Pla-Mor. They are celebrating their 50th anniversary in this building this year as well. And as always, $10,000 on top for the winner of this regional. But it is a long road to get there in a short time period to do it. 8 games of qualifying today and then 7 games in the elimination rounds tomorrow. And once we get through those elimination rounds, top 4 step-ladder finals and a very tough pair of lanes, 9 and 10. If you win this tournament, you've earned yourself that PBA regional title, no doubt about that. Just a few seconds of practice remaining. We will get you your player introductions along with other tournament information after Bobby Jekyll's announcements.
Recycle your pin centers in the first ball cycle. Spectators advance as a reminder. Please turn off your cell phones. Place them on silent mode. No flash photography, no flash video, signing all our string competition. The bowlers are greatly appreciated. I'll be doing updates after each and every game to be able to follow along to see who's in contention to make the top 32 advancing to tomorrow's match play action. Bowlers, when your arrows come up and you have a full rack of pins, you begin your 8 games of qualifying of the 2026 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair.
And with the announcements from PBA Regional Director Bobby Jekyll, we are underway here in Coldwater. Let's get your players introduced here on lanes 1 through 4. Scott McIntyre Jr. will be your A. Ryan Liederbach, your B. Cody Poole, your double A. Eli Van Meter, your double B. On lanes 3 and 4, Hayden Hale made the stepladder in our last event in Delphus, part of the Brunswick Cup, along with last weekend's Kermer Roofing Classic in Minster and today's event in Coldwater. Hale is your A. AJ McCoy, your B. William Lenneman, your bowler, double A. Brandon Flora, your double B. Here in lanes 3 and 4, all pairs in play available to you here on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. Linda Ardo, not fair. You're literally 8 feet away from me right now, and you're watching on YouTube. Watching your son Ryan Liederbach on 1 and 2. Good morning to you, Linda. Thanks for everybody that's tuning in bright and early on a Saturday morning. This is my favorite regional of the year, by far. Tour players make their way here. The community comes together here in Coldwater. 70-plus sponsors of this event help make that great prize fund. Best paying regional of the season. If you make the top 16 tomorrow, you're guaranteed at least $1,000. And if you win the championship, you're taking home that big check for $10,000. But you've got quite the battles to go through as this is the house of brutality. It is not an easy bowling center, and they take pride in that here in Coldwater. Bowlers are battling the Earl Anthony pattern this weekend. Pattern's about a 3-to-1 ratio, but with as tough as the lanes play here in Coldwater, there's a reason why the Hardings family, along with, I guess one of the former managers here, Lee, and I were coming up with something special about a decade ago. Hard to believe it's been a decade since the first time I've been here. But I look forward to this every year. And Lee and I were talking about how good the omelets are here. He goes, let's do it. Let's buy, how tough it is to score. So rare that somebody gets all 8 games above 200 no matter what the condition during qualifying. And we said, hey, let's make it where if a bowler gets all 8 games over 200, they get themselves breakfast on Sunday morning, courtesy of Pla-Mor lanes. First year we did it, only one bowler won. That was Devin Bidwell. And we've had some years where no one's won the omelet for Sunday morning. So let's see how many bowlers this year can get all 8 games over 200 on this Earl Anthony condition. And earn themselves an omelet for breakfast tomorrow. Let's get you over to lanes 5 through 8. There you see PBA Tour champion, major winner this year at the U.S. Open. We've got our first cold watering in the morning. Solid 8 for Dombrowski. On a quality shot. Dombrowski, he's your double A on that pair. Ryan Lakota, your A. Rick McCordick, your B. And Jason Lindquist, your double B on 5 and 6. And 7 and 8, Graham Fowler, your A. Tony Throckmorton, your B. Travis Sherwood, your double A. And PBA Tour champion Anthony Lacaz, your double B. I don't want to say Graham Fowler left the 5-7-10 during the Youth Pro-Am last night, but I wasn't here to see it, but I had numerous bowlers light up my messages, Facebook messages and texts. Were your cameras rolling? Are they rolling? No, I don't roll them unless they're in competition, unfortunately. But, yeah, Graham Fowler took the big cold watering last night during the Pro-Am with the 5-7-10. As I said, they take pride. If you're going to earn $10,000 to win a regional, you are going to earn it. And even with a 42-foot Anthony pattern that some would say is softer than some of the conditions they've had here in the past, it's not going to be easy for these players to run up scores. I think if a player walks out here at plus 80, he's probably going to be in the top 10. They've had some years here back in the day with a cheetah pattern where the cut was minus triple digits to the top 32 for the next day. It's things that legends are made of. Appreciate everybody watching this morning. If you could share on your social media that you can watch for free. Great PBA action. See some of the PBA's stars in action this weekend. you have any questions about the event, please drop them in the chat. We'll get you answers to those. If I can't answer them myself, there's plenty of people I can ask here. And once again, congratulations to Pla-Mor Lanes, celebrating their 50th anniversary in this building. Pla-Mor as an institution has been around a lot longer, but in 1976, Linus Hardings had this building constructed. And actually, that was his original career path before he decided to become a bowling proprietor. As McCormick finds a little trouble here. 2-4-8-10. Take our next set of bowlers on camera here, lanes 9 through 12, 9 and 10. You're going to see our championship match held tomorrow on that pair. But this morning, A squad starting off. Joey Royer Jr., your A. Corey Hersha, your B. Dean Vargo, your double A. Chase Wenzel, your double B. 9 and 10. 11 and 12, PBA Tour champion Matt Sanders is your A. Cameron Walker, your B. Andrew Haverson, your double A. Matt Kuba, your double B. And as we mentioned, 9 and 10, your championship pair tomorrow. And there you see the banner of Jacob Buttruff, who passed away recently. Jacob, a winner here when this was a Xtra Frame Tour event for a national title back in 2018, and his picture will forever remain on the wall of champions in the locker room here at Pla-Mor Lanes. It's one bowler that's definitely missed by many this weekend, and wonderful that Bobby Jekyll has hung Jacob's banner. And after this weekend, all the regions that Jacob Buttruff won titles in, I believe it was 5 of the 7 PBA regions Jake won a title in. I know one of his goals was to win a regional in every region. Another player that's done that is Chris Warren. And PBA is going to gather all of Buttruff's champions banners and return those banners to the family. Even though his banners may no longer hang over PBA lanes, his memory will be with PBA fans for a long time. I see a question in the chat about seeing the other lanes. So if you're on the Strike Central feed right now, if you're watching on your computer or your laptop, make sure you're not full screen with the video. Go back to like the landing page when you first get to the Strike Central feed and open the description underneath, and you'll see all the links to the other 4 pair feeds, 1 through 4, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, and 13 through 16. Right click on one of those, open those up in a new tab. Because what happens is here in the Strike Central feed, we'll let you know how many lanes bowlers are moving. They're not just simply moving a pair to the right every game. It's an asymmetrical skip. So we'll let you know how many pairs they're moving. If a bowler's got a hot hand, if they're possibly going for a 300 game, as rare as they are here in Coldwater, we'll be sure to follow them. We'll give you score updates. We'll give you other information. So double tab us. Keep us on here for the audio in the Strike Central feed if you're going to follow your favorite player shot by shot as they go through on the pair feeds, and then watch your favorite player on that second tab. So hopefully that helps you out. Know a lot of the PBA fans that tune in and watch us do the double tab. That way they can follow their favorite player and get updates. After game one, we'll get you the game-by-game scoring link. We'll pin that in the chat once that's activated by Central Regional Manager Bobby Jekyll. And you can see how many bowlers are eligible for the Omelet Award. Well, if I was a bowler, I'd be happy to win a free breakfast on a Sunday morning. Especially when you get an omelet your way on the house. Good way to start your day. Especially when you're trying to finish off that charge towards that $10,000 first place check. So as we mentioned, this is the third and final event of the Brunswick Cup presented by WCSM Radio. Thanks to Brett from WCSM yesterday for having me on the air talking about our live streaming here from Coldwater. Great to have the support of the local media. Press Pros Magazine, they've been covering all these events as well. And let's give you your points update. So bowlers earn 1 point for every position they finish. So the maximum points they could have won in Minster with a field of 85 was 85 points. Ethan Fiore did that as our champion, or probably 86 points. EJ Tackett did that as our champion in Minster. Duffus, Ohio. We'll show you that winner shortly. But they're not in the top 10 because they didn't bowl the opening event. And there you see the points leaders right now, top 10. Even Ethan McDowell not out of it yet. If there's some bowlers that struggle, as we have 96 points for our winner here, 95 for second, and so on down the line. Anybody in the top 10 can make a move into the top 4 positions and get their share of that $10,000 Brunswick Cup prize fund. And thanks to all the sponsors you saw on the screen for making the Brunswick Cup a reality for the second year here in Coldwater. So Matt Sanders with a solid game to this point. Only blemish on the scorecard, spare in the second frame. We'll We'll get back to Sanders momentarily as we have to introduce our final players on A squad. B squad will hit the lanes 1:30 p.m. Eastern time. Your start time for B, 7 p.m. Eastern time. Your start time for C squad this evening. There you see Trey Heinrichsmeyer. Heinrichsmeyer, your bowler B on 13 and 14. Simon Motes, your A. Daniel Robertson, your double A. Sam DeWitt, your double B. Next door on 15 and 16. Ethan McDonald, your A. Evan Gens, your B. Jason Sterner, PBA Tour champion, is your double A. Michael Mossbarger rounds out the field as your double B on 15 and 16. Glad to be bringing you this coverage of the PBA BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. Once again, thanks to BowlerStore.com for being the title sponsor of this event. And one of the reasons why we're here in Coldwater, thanks to the Davidson family with BowlerStore.com and Community Lanes in Minster, along with the Hardings family here in Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, for helping us fuel up the Yugo, slap the trailer on the back, and letting us camp out in the parking lot all weekend long. Heinrichsmeyer had a pretty successful first time in Coldwater last year. Made the top 16, just missed out on the top 8. And there you go. You can see the trouble you can get in very easily here on this 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern, as that ball pushes long. And when your average pin count at the end of the deck on a pair is 5.5, as we see here with a 5 count and a 6 count, it's not easy to leave that 8 pin back behind the 2 on a super washout. That's a welcome to Coldwater, young man, on that pin deck. You know, the thing is, too, if you're new to a Coldwater live stream, it may sound like we're picking on some of the bowlers here and there. No, it's been known for a long, long time. Any bowler at any time can get cold watered. You think you throw a great shot, you catch a terrible break, you throw a bad shot, and somehow the pins turn it even to a worse result, as you saw there for Heinrichsmeyer. Hard to leave the super washout with an 8 pin. Let's get back over to Sanders. Looking to come out of the gates with a 280. Falls off that one slightly, but still pops his 6th in a row. And we will finish out our coverage on 13 through 16, but we'll get back to Sanders when he steps up. His foundation frame. Especially McDonald here having his chance for his own 270-plus game. As McDonald working on 7 in a row. As these bowlers on 15 and 16 might be making that pair look easy, but when you're bouncing around pair to pair here in Coldwater, difference across the house, what works on 15 and 16 probably was not going to work down on 1 and 2. As for the first game and first game only, bowlers are just going to be moving a pair of the right, so hitting the end of the house on 15 and 16, they'll make that move down to 1 and 2. As McDonald continues the run. Back over the Sanders. Dean Fargo having a solid start over on 9 and 10. Fargo with the possibility of 259. Fargo, number 4 in the Brunswick Cup points at the moment, as you saw on our top 10 list a little earlier. Oh, love the jersey and pants combinations of one Sam DeWitt, as can't get the shaker 4 to go. Trying to bring a little brightness into the cloudy sky. Wow, that is a cold watering on lane 12. My goodness. That was an unusual 7-10 leave. There's Andrew Halverson. We're going to work on getting a replay of that shot for 11 and 12. After Sterner throws, we'll get over to Matt Sanders, looking to put finishing touches on a 280 game. Over on 11 and 12, he'll be stepping up momentarily, 10th frame. Sanders gets the first one in the 10th. Halverson coming off that terrible break on an unusual pinfall in the pocket 7-10 a moment ago. And that's not getting any better. Let's take you over to Halverson. This is his 9th frame. Watch the unusual pinfall on the 7-10. I mean, it's flush pocket. Welcome to Coldwater, young man. Welcome to Coldwater. That's a painful one for Halverson. 269 now, the finishing number possible for Matt Sanders. And once again, our players simply moving one pair to the right, so the players you see on 9 and 10 will go right next door to 11 and 12. 11 and 12 goes to 13 and 14 here after game 1. Thanks, everyone, for joining us from Coldwater, Ohio. Pla-Mor Lanes, your host for the 18th time on the PBA Tour and PBA Regional Tour, as a stop for several years was for a PBA title on the Xtra Frame Tour. Some of the bowlers that won that include Rhino Page, Tommy Jones, Darren Tang, and the late Jacob Buttroff. Game 2 coming up next for the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic, presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. As we get your players introduced here on lanes 13 through 16 in game number 2 of this 8-game qualifying block for A squad. Matt Sanders coming off a 269 game. Sanders is your bowler A, Cameron Walker, your bowler B, Andrew Halverson, your bowler double A, Matt Kuba, your double B on 13 and 14. 15 and 16, Simon Moat is your A, Trey Henriksmeyer, your B, Daniel Robinson, your C, or pardon me, your double A, Sam DeWitt, your double B. Talk to Sam between games. Sam, you did it to yourself right now. He goes, yesterday was the most useless practice session ever. He goes, all of a sudden this morning, I'm watching practice. I'm watching some guys throw urethane, and I never threw urethane yesterday. Ran back out to the car, got urethane. Pretty good game. He goes, I think a lot of guys will get, there might be a few extra eggs cracked this year on the Omelet Awards. Great cover there on the 5-7. And as soon as he gets done saying that, he gets Coldwatered. Don't get cocky with Coldwater. This building will take its revenge. Yep, Sam got done with that frame. He was already heading to the booth. I was heading down my own. I'm like, see, the building took revenge on you. You thought it was going to be easier. Ha ha. And Pla-Mor Lane said, hold my beer. Yeah, the difference is pair to pair. But the thing is, this building turns out high school champions. They had another state girls high school champion for Ohio High School Bowling this year. And on the wall by lane 1. Don't think I'm going to be able to zoom in. On the wall of champions here. Maybe I'll be able to. With their downlane practice cam. Yeah, let's take a peek here. So there you see all the plaques for the district championships, high school state championships, all those state champion plaques on the wall for team and individuals over the years. And Rick and Linus Hardings are being inducted into the inaugural Ohio State High School Bowling Coaches Association Hall of Fame coming up in a couple of weeks. Wow, that's an interesting way to take 4. Daniel Robertson, welcome to Coldwater. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 10. Not too often at a PBA regional event will you see the 1, 2, 4, or pardon me, the 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 10 left. You can see it in Coldwater. And we see it right now on lane 15 for Daniel Robertson. As I said, you walk out here with the first place check for $10,000, you've earned every penny. And how about that? Picks it up. He's probably 1 for 1 in his career on that leave. So we're dropping the game-by-game score updates in the chat for you. Pin that to the top so you can check it out anytime. Well, let's give you current leaders here. For the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. 32 bowlers in the field, only 14 of those bowlers scored 200 or better in game 1. Matt Sanders, 269 opening effort is your leader. Ethan McDonald, 244. Sam DeWitt, 236. Hayden Hale, 229. Anthony Lacaz, 228. Dean Vargo, 226. Michael Mossbarger, 223. Jason Sterner, 212. Graham Fa, 210. Patrick Dombrowski, 209. Simon Moe, 208. Eli Van Meter, 207. And Travis Sherwood at 202. Evan Gens, 201, rounds out your players that shot 200 or better in their opening game. But that's the one thing, even players right now like Trey Heinrichsmeyer, who shot 178, Andrew Halverson, who had a bad end of the game at 168, Cameron Walker, 155. You're not out of it yet. Anything can happen in Coldwater. You catch a couple of pairs at the right time, you throw it well, pop some strikes, you can move right back up that leaderboard. As Heinrichsmeyer can't get that messenger to go. Let's hop down the lanes 1 and 2. Let's check in on the man currently in second place with Ethan McDonald. McDonald, your bowler A on 1 and 2. He's got the front 3. Evan Gens is your bowler B. Jason Sterner, your double A. Mossbarger, your double B. Gens, as we mentioned, 201, 14th position after the opening game. Sterner, 212. Mossbarger, 223. So the only pair in the building that had all players over 200 in game 1 is rolling currently on lanes 1 and 2. Next are on 3 and 4. Scott McIntyre Jr., Ryan Liederbach, your A and B respectively. Cody Poole, Eli Van Meter, your double A, double B. McIntyre Jr. front three on 3 and 4. Some of the notables you're going to see coming up at 1:30 this afternoon on B Squad include PBA Major Champion Tom Smallwood, PBA Tour player Michael Davidson, PBA Tour Champion DJ Archer, Player of the Year, most likely for the 4th time in a row, EJ Tackett, AJ Johnson, the champion in Delphus on Thursday. And our last 2 champions in this event, Zeke Bate took it down in 2024. Brett Lloyd, your defending champion, won the championship match against Zach Tackett. Last year, all those players coming in on B Squad, 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, your start time for B. Top 32 players will advance to tomorrow. And no match play in this event at all. Straight elimination rounds tomorrow. Top 32 will come back, bowl 4 games. 11 a.m. Eastern Time is your start time for competition tomorrow. After 4 games with pinfall carryover from today, we'll just keep piling on pins all day. Top 16 will advance for 3 more games. Cut the field down to 8. Pile 2 more games on top of that. And after our 17 game totals are set, we'll have our top 4 for our step ladder. This is a beautiful quote I just received from Simon Mote, down at 15 and 16. Let's get down to actually the Mote as he's throwing right now. He goes, simultaneously watching Pat Dombrowski trip the 8 into the 7 while watching Sam DeWitt make the 5-7 is the most Coldwater thing I have ever seen. This needs to be painted on a plaque or something and put up on a wall here. Give me a moment. We're gonna relive that highlight. We're gonna relive that highlight momentarily on the live stream. We saw Sam DeWitt leave the 5-7 and then make it to start off the second game. Let's find the Dombrowski 7-8. Well, DeWitt trying to come back, open frame in the second. Or if the Dombrowski moment was at the end of the first game. I don't see that Dombrowski moment. We'll have to search for that later on. Smash 9 for Heirismeyer. Simon Mote, solid start this game. Sitting at 208 after game 1. Mote looking for 7 in a row after the first frame spare. Everything disappears. I wouldn't say that Matt Sanders is struggling this game. He's clean through 8. As we're going to give it down to 1 and 2, check in on Ethan McDonald. McDonald back-to-back open frames just goes to show how quickly Coldwater can come up and bite you in the backside. Go back to Sanders here as he's trying to convert that 2-4-7. Slides behind. And first open frame of the day for Sanders. And he's going to take himself right out of omelet contention here in game 2. We may get to game. Our record for a squad was 2 years ago where B squad had everyone eliminated by the 4th game. For those of you joining us late, the restaurant here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater is kind enough to buy any bowler an omelet breakfast on Sunday morning if they can shoot 200 every game of qualifying in their 8-game qualifying block. PBA professionals, PBA Tour professionals, sounds like it should be an easy thing, right? Then you've never watched the regional at Coldwater before, because it's usually 1, maybe 2 a year. Even when this was an extra frame event and PBA Tour stars loaded the field, it was still 1 or 2 omelets for those years. I mean, who can forget Tommy Jones beating Sean Rasher in 2019 on 2 gutter balls? Tommy Jones had 2 gutter balls on first shots and still won the title. Jacob Buttroff, 2018. Only had to step up and mark the last 2 frames after in the 9th frame of the championship match. Tom Doherty missed a 5-pin. There is no such thing as an easy time here in Coldwater. And that's why I kind of enjoy coming here so much. Former PBA Central Region player Ryan Liederbach trying to come back off a rough start. Liederbach 168, his opening effort. Turner 212 knows the value of patience here in Coldwater. He's been here many, many times. There's some bowling centers in the country that call themselves the House of Pain. This is the House of Misery. Even if you have a good block, you still don't feel like smiling when you walk out the door as hard as you've had to work for it. So you see Sanders' fill ball. A little light. And 187. And some more eggs saved for the kitchen here. Liederbach has not had a good run here in the Brunswick Cup events. Looking to turn it around today. Not going to get into the points for that split of the $10,000 prize fund, but hey, if you can turn it around, walk out of here with a check for 10 grand, that'll take some of the Brunswick Cup pain away. So your player movement from game 2 to game 3 is skipping a pair, landing on the second for those of you double tabbing us. And Jameson, same feels as last week. I think they're feeling worse this week. This is a little tougher. A little tougher than we saw in Minster. But the same format all the way through. Delphus, the players got a little bit of a respite. As the scores there were rolling quite well. We'll talk about it a little bit during game 3 here in Coldwater. The Dave and Diane Kill Open had the 36-foot Del Ballard pattern out, so players able to play those outside angles on the play, improve their carry a little bit. Scores during qualifying and Cashier's round. A bit higher than what we saw in Minster, and definitely going to be higher than what we are going to see here in Coldwater, as our top 4 in the stepladder all averaged .229 or better. Ethan Fiore, who finished in second place to EJ Tackett in Minster last weekend at the Kremer Roofing Classic, finished in 5th in Delphus. Dylan Jablonski, Lance Morris, Dean Vargo, Jacob Balzer, and Tom Source rounded out your top 10 there. We'll talk about your top 4 in game 3. We'll start showing you some highlights from the stepladder in Delphus. We didn't have any live stream coverage there for you, but wanted to make sure everybody got to see bits and pieces of the stepladder. And we'll have some of that during game 3 here in Coldwater. So once again, your player movement, skip a pair, land on the second. 1 and 2 is going to 5 and 6, 3 and 4 going to 7 and 8. As we are rolling through A squad qualifying, game 3 of the BowlerStore.com Central Classic, presented by Moxy's Extra Pair, coming to you from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. Once again, congratulations to Pla-Mor Lanes on their 50th anniversary in this building this year. We'll get you down the lanes 13 through 16 to start off Game 3 of this 8-game qualifying block for A squad. Once again, I want to thank the Hardings family, the Davidson family from Pla-Mor Lanes and Bowlerset.com, respectively, for bringing me in to live stream this event for you for free on the 10 on Deck YouTube channel. I want to thank Bowl TV and USBC for providing 10 on the Deck, the digital live streaming rights to this event, and thanks for the cooperation of the PBA so that we can stream this to you for free on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. I know there's several choices people can watch their live streaming this weekend, whether it's the PWB event in the greater Cleveland area, some other local and regional events around the country. Glad you're joining us here in Coldwater. I'm $2 Phil Bryler. We're taking you through all 8 games on all 3 squads today. B squad will start at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. C squad will commence at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. As we already mentioned, our last 2 champions of this event, Zeke Bate and Brett Lloyd, along with your soon-to-be 4-time PBA Tour Player of the Year. EJ Tackett all on B Squad. We'll give you a review who's on C Squad as well during Game 3. C Squad will start at 7 p.m. this evening. So your bowlers on 13 through 16 this game. Graham Fye, your bowler A. Tony Throckmorton, your B. Travis Sherwood, your double A. Anthony Lacaze, your double B. On 13 and 14, 15 and 16. Joey Royer Jr., your A. Corey Hersha, your B. Dean Vargo, your double A. Chase Wenzel, your double B. And since we're early on in Game 3, let's get you some highlights from the stepladder from Thursday at Delphus Recreation Center in Delphus, Ohio. Your opening match, Isaiah Shannon and Hayden Hale. Shannon, rough start. Considering that Shannon finished his last 4 games in the advancers round with 257, 258, 297, 297, one would have expected this match to be high scoring, but player coming out of the gate first, Hayden Hale, had one lane down, just couldn't get the carry on the other. And halfway through the match, because of that open frame for Shannon, he found himself down early, but didn't give up, started mixing up some strikes. Finally, got himself a 3-bagger on the board, put that crossover in the middle of the 3-bagger, brought that match back to even. As you see there, with 2 frames remaining, problem is for Shannon, he stepped up in the 9th frame, and the pull left on that Ballard pattern, nothing but trouble. Just let Hayden Hale step up, get a couple of marks to finish, and the best mark to finish of all, of course, is the strike. And Hayden Hale took down that opening match 203 to 180 against Isaiah Shannon. And he moved on to face A.J. Johnson. We'll get you that highlights of that match. In Game 4, once again, last week's tournament in the Kremer Roofing Classic. So the Kremer Roofing Classic in Minster, the Dave and Diane Kill Open in Delphus, and this event here in Coldwater are the 3 Brunswick Cup events. EJ Tackett took home $4,000 last week in Minster. $2,700 was the top prize in Delphus. And, of course, as always here in Coldwater, $10,000 on top for this BowlerStore.com Classic. Over 70 sponsors in total locally help put this great event on. And it's not just what's happening inside of Pla-Mor Lanes, but what's happening outside of Pla-Mor Lanes today. They got a big tent up outside the center. Big thank you lunch and dinner buffet for the sponsors and the bowlers. All bowlers receive a complimentary lunch buffet, thanks to great sponsors like Cisco Foods. Hey, a good Coldwater break. Little trippage of the 4-9 for Corey Hersha. That doesn't happen very often here. You got your link for your game-by-game scoring updates pinned to the top of your chat. And let's give you your 2-game update. Ethan McDonald, plus 75 for 2 games. Simon Moat, plus 64. Moat games at 208 and 256. Matt Sanders drops to plus 56 after a 187 game. In third, Anthony Lacaz, 228, 215 in fourth at plus 43. Pat Dombrowski, 209, 226 to get to plus 35 in fifth. Matt Kuba bounces back after an opening 189 with a 240 game. He and PBA junior entry William Lennemond tied for sixth at a plus 29. Lennemond 232 his second game. Let's throw Hayden Hale at that same number, 229, 200. Sam DeWitt. Oh, he thought he was going to have that omelet so easy. Not the case. 186 in game 2 takes DeWitt down to 9th at plus 22. Jason Sterner 10th at plus 16 on games of 212 and 204. Only 11 players in our field after 2 games at a 200 average or better. Graham Fine 11th at plus 14 on games of 210 and 204. There you see Fa with the shaker 9-pin. And Fa is not having fun trying to find the way to get all 10 down here. In game 3, 4 9-counts in 5 frames for Fa. Let's check in on Ethan McDonald. There you see stepping into your picture. Your leader after 2. Gets them all to go finally in the 3rd frame. And as we get back, Throckmorton end the string at 4 there, and what a way to end it. Through the face. 2-4-10 for the lefty. McDonald games 244, 231. To get things underway here on A Squad. The Kaz, solid morning to this point. 228, 215. The man enjoys being able to play him very direct. That time a little too direct. With the break leaving just the 4-7. Some other notables in the field here on A Squad after 2 games. Dean Vargo, he's in the top 4 in Brunswick Cup points right now. Vargo at -6 for his first 2 games. At games of 226 and 168. Trey Heinrichsmeyer at that same number in games of 178 and 216. Jason Lundquist, former PBA Central Region Player of the Year, at -8. Ryan Liederbach, -30. Rick McCordick, -36. Ryan Lakota, -54. And some of our players dealing with the house of misery right now. Let's check in on Simon Moat, currently in second place, +64. Moat on 3 and 4. He's your bowler A. Double open strike through 4 for Moat. Moat crossing with Heinrichsmeyer as your bowler B. Robertson as your double A. DeWitt as your double B. Next door, Matt Sanders in third on the squad, +56. Sanders your A, Walker your B, Halverson your double A, Kuba your double B. Kuba working off the buzzard in frames 2 through 4, back to back to back opens. And Moat keeps it rolling. On this 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern, just under 3-1 on your ratio. .34.5 milliliters in the pattern, so there's enough oil out there to keep that ball pushing down lane. It's going to be interesting to see how the players that are in urethane currently, how long they can stay in. I don't even know if the lefties, especially the number of lefties on this squad, are going to be able to do it for all 8 games. So we'll see if players like Moat and Sanders have a backup they might have to go to after, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 games. We'll see. Thanks to everybody joining us bright and early here in Coldwater. I don't know if any of you out in the West Coast are enjoying some breakfast bowling this morning. 6:30 in the a.m. out there on a Saturday, but we may have a few on here. Feel free to share where you're at in the chat. Always interesting to see how many people are watching from afar. Thanks, everybody, for joining us on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel for Not just last week's event in Minster, but today's event here in Coldwater. Normally we've streamed in the past to the PBA YouTube channel for PBA regional events, but in cooperation with the PBA, we're on 10 on the deck for this weekend here in Coldwater. I know some people are helping us out, sharing that information on their social media feeds that PBA fans can watch for free all weekend long on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. Appreciate everyone that's shared. And if you haven't shared it yet, what are you waiting for? Hit it between games. Share that live stream address on YouTube. And let your friends and family know they can watch the PBA all weekend long for free. See some great tour stars. And regional players take to the lanes here in the House of Misery. And Kuba finding a little pain again. DeWitt trying to bounce back off the buzzard. He got a spare in the 5th frame. And now trouble again in the 6th. Gets the 10 to go. Hey, how about that for Sanders? Converting the old 6-8-10. Sam DeWitt, the building heard you, unfortunately. If you're going to speak about the building here at Pla-Mor Lanes, speak in hushed tones and speak nicely of it. Otherwise, it may quickly give revenge. Hey, watching from North Carolina. St. Mary's, thanks for tuning in. Alabama, Michigan, thanks everybody for tuning in this morning. I know a lot of you have friends and family in the field. Glad you're able to watch them. Anywhere in the building here, as all the pair feeds are available on the landing page at 10onthedeck.com too. So double tab us, keep us on here in the Strike Central feed as Moat finds a problem again. Let's check in on Lacaz. Lacaz trying to avoid the 3rd open in a row. Big 4 in the 7th frame. Another open in the 8th. And just when Throckmorton was thinking to himself, hey, I've got a pretty good chance to come back, start climbing the scoreboard, as Throckmorton was at minus 50 after 2. Maybe even had visions of getting back to plus. After starting with the front 4, that's going away a bit quickly. As he's looking at the super washout. And only catching 2 on that. He's going to be maxing out at 207. So important qualifying here for Fa. Fa sitting at 14 over after 2, and now can get to 214 this game. The reason why qualifying is important, he's going to want to get as many Brunswick Cup points as possible. As there you see the standings. Top 4 get money. Where's Fa right now? First man out at 137 points. Once again, 96 points for first, 95 for second, 94 for third, and so on down the standings here in Coldwater to be added to the existing points totals. So far from out of contention. Ethan Fiore, your leader. EJ Tackett second. Hayden Hale, who you just saw from the highlights of the opening stepladder match in Delphus. In third, Dean Vargo, who you see having a rough game as he's going to max out in the 160s. And Vargo at -6 coming into this game. Vargo sitting in fourth. Fitted to have 2 events, Vargo would have a $1,000 check in his back pocket. Problem is, he's got to get through Coldwater. And that's never easy. So your player movement from game 3 to game 4, skip 2 pairs, land on the second. Players you see here on 13 and 14 will end up down on 3 and 4. 15 and 16 go to 5 and 6. And there are going to be some fryouts starting early here in Coldwater. Bring some more highlights from the Delpho stepladder in game 4, a score update as well. As this is the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, your host for the 18th year of this event. Thanks to the Hardings family for hosting as they celebrate their 50th year in this building for Pla-Mor Lanes. As we're wrapping up this third of 8 games on A Squad at the BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. I'm $2 Phil Bradlow taking you through the weekend. For those of you joining us for the first time on a PBA regional stream with 10 on the Deck Productions, I'm $2 Phil. I'm also 10 on the Deck Productions. I'm your producer, director, announcer, cameraman. See if we can kind of get you going here. You can see the expanse of our lanes in play here. All 16 lanes in Coldwater in play. So one-man crew. So, yeah, sometimes while we get some housekeeping done, you might not have any commentary for a minute or two, but plenty of visuals for you to enjoy, and especially because you can enjoy any pair in play. You either catch all the pairs in play when you land on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel, Or if you click on the live tab when you land, you'll see all those pair feeds as well. If you're watching us on a mobile device. If you're watching us at home on your laptop or your computer, you can double tab us, keep us on here in the Strike Central feed, and then watch your favorite player as they go pair to pair across. We can give you score updates, special information. We'll give you another Brunswick Cup points update a little bit. We'll also share some more highlights from the stepladder for the Dave and Diane Kill Open in Delphus that happened on Thursday during our next game. And we appreciate everybody tuning in this morning. Seems to be a tradition this morning, so let's get you started once again at 13 through 16. It's where we seem to start every game as the bowlers make their way across the house. Here in Game 4, these are the players that started on lanes 1 through 4. So McIntyre Jr., your A, Liederbach, your B, Poole, your double A, Van Meter, your double B on 13 and 14. 15 and 16, Hayden Hale, your A, McCoy, your B, Lennemond, your double A, Flora, your double B. We'll have that scoring update for you momentarily. Glad everybody can join us this morning. Absolutely glad to provide the live streaming this weekend. Couldn't do it without the help of BowlerStore.com. Find the pocket without emptying it. I like that. That's a good one. I wish I could say I came up with that myself, but that's from BowlerStore.com. Check out their webpage between rounds today, as they have a lot of the latest and greatest equipment you need for your fall league season. And beat the rush. Get what you need ordered today, and if you need it real quick, they can actually get you shipping as quick as one business day if needed. Check them out at bowlerstore.com. Also, Moxy's Extra Pair located inside of the Bowler Store complex. They have Specto there. They can do coaching with PBA Tour player Michael Davidson and others. If you're in Northwestern Ohio, check them out in Versailles. And you can get that information too at bowlerstore.com. So your live scoring link up at the top of your chat. Let's give you your rundown after 3 games. Simon Mote is your leader, plus 81. Games of 208, 256, 217. He's still in line for the Omelette Award. If he gets all 8 games over 200, Pla-Mor Lanes will buy him breakfast tomorrow morning. Matt Sayers in second at plus 72. Ethan McDonald plus 61. A 186 in game 3 takes McDonald out of the running for the Omelette. Same for Lacaz, 197 game 3. Still is Lacaz fourth on the squad at plus 40. But no Omelette for him. Pat Dombrowski, plus 36. Stays in contention for the Omelettes. Plus 201. Matt Kuba, he's been riding the wave of a 240 game in game 2. 189, 195 surrounding it for plus 24. Brandon Flora bounced back off of a 165 opening game with 222, 235. As we said, a bad game during a block doesn't count you out here in Coldwater with this scoring pace. Flora plus 22. Jason Sterner in 8th. 212, 204, 205. Excellent scores so far for Sterner to get the plus 21. Graham Fa, 210, 204, 204 at plus 18 and 9th on the squad. Hayden Hale falls out of the running for the free breakfast with a 185 in game 3, but still plus 14 as we only have 12 of our 32 bowlers in the positive at this time. And speaking of Hayden Hale, won his opening match in the stepladder in Delphus on Thursday, and that moved him on to advance against number 2 seed A.J. Johnson to see who would take on Brett Lloyd in the championship match. And A.J. Johnson came out of the gates with some strikes. So did Hayden Hale, as both bowlers ended up rolling the front 3. Well, actually, just A.J. Johnson had the front 3, as Hayden Hale ran into some trouble in his 3rd frame. As Hale did have the strike in the 3rd. Johnson ran into trouble, went high, left the 3-pin, and then went behind it. That put A.J. Johnson behind early. But he came back shortly after with some strikes. So you see in the 5th frame, Johnson down by 7 pins, stepped up in the 6th, took the lead for the first time in the match. And then Hayden Hale throws a gutter ball. A.J. Johnson says, you know what? I'll help you out, and I'll throw a gutter ball too. However, A.J. Johnson did get his spare after the gutter ball. Well, Hayden Hale had to make the super washout just to stay close in the match. And there you see entering the last two frames, Hale and Johnson, just a 2-pin difference. Hale ends up tripping out at 2-8-10 in the ninth. A.J. Johnson flirts with that gutter again, but flushes 10 back, and going into the 10th frame, Johnson throws the worst ball of the day. Doesn't even hit the left side of the head pin, leaves the 1, 3, 6, and 9. And on the spare attempt, a little too high flush in the pocket, nothing to deflect the ball into the 9 pin in an open frame, which means Hayden Hale just needs to mark in the 10th to advance that championship match. A little light again, leaves just a 2 pin, and unbelievably misses it to the right. And that lets A.J. Johnson get away with a victory against Hayden Hale, 194 to 192. And that advanced A.J. Johnson to the championship match against Brett Lloyd, our defending champion here in Coldwater. You'll see Lloyd, Zeke Bate, and E.J. Tackett, all winners here in Coldwater. Coming up on B Squad. B Squad will start at 1:30 Eastern Time. Thought we were being invaded by aliens there for a second. I think here's somebody's cell phone going off. Let's check in on our leader, Simon Moat. Moat bowling on 9 and 10. He's your bowler A on your scoreboard. So a double but an open to even it out through his first 5 frames. He's your bowler A. Heinrichsmeyer, your bowler B. Robertson, your bowler double A. DeWitt, your bowler double B. As Heinrichsmeyer finds more trouble with the 4-9. Heinrichsmeyer sitting in 13th on the squad right now, minus 10. Next door on 11 and 12, McDonald, your A. Gens, your B. Sterner, your double A. Mossbarger, your double B. Take a look, catch up on the chat here. Adam, thanks for letting me know about Tyrell. We'll note that when he hits the lanes this evening. 7 p.m. Eastern time is the start time. For C Squad, I see the question about Trey's bowling ball. I'm not a bowling ball expert. That's what I usually have color commentators for, or other players. I'm not going to be able to get access down in that area, in the bowlers area. They got it pretty well roped off. It's not a lot of room on the concourse here at Pla-Mor Lanes, and the bleachers are already starting to fill up. Rainy day here in Coldwater, so Mercer County Fair, not going to have a lot of people walking around from booth to booth there. Great cover by Heinrichsmeyer on the 4-9. So some of that county fair traffic definitely going to be in here as we run through the day. But I'll see if I can get some information on that bowling ball Heinrichsmeyer's using. Otherwise, if somebody in the chat knows, drop it in. So after just 3 games here in A squad, only 3 bowlers eligible for the Omelette Award. That may be a new record. Probably 4 bowlers. Moat, Dombrowski, Sterner, and Fa. Surprise, surprise, PBA Tour bowlers like free food. As Moat gets a double up on the board. They're going to get free food anyway today. Great sponsor buffet in the tent outside. That'll keep everybody nice and dry. Big tent. Thanks to Cisco Food Systems and all the other great sponsors for making that buffet happen. DeWitt just hasn't been able to get anything going since game 1, as he finds himself down at minus 36. 236, 186, 142 for DeWitt. Either McDonald or bowler A on 11 and 12. McDonald pacing 192. He's currently in 3rd on the squad. Just ran into Rick Hardings, proprietor here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, and I looked at him. I go, "Hey, so you might not be cracking as many eggs as you thought tomorrow." He goes, "All those 200 games in game 1, I got a little nervous." I'm like, "Oh, the building got its revenge. Don't you worry none." Jason Sterner, one of the players currently omelet eligible. So Sterner, consistent this morning, just can't break out. 212, 204, 205. First frame open, but a double he's working on right now to offset. Looking to get that 3 in a row on the board. And the ring 10 on this 42-foot Earl Anthony pattern. And thanks for the update in the chat. As the fans know, I'm the one and only here as I try to run around and get everything done. We got Graham Fa, who was on the front 8 on 3 and 4. Unfortunately, did not strike in the 9th. Fa looking to get out of that plus 18 number he's at now. Can't quite get the triple digits, but can definitely vault himself into the top 5. All right, Graham left. I love our roving reporters on the YouTube channel. Appreciate that, letting us know what he left. And I see the double jump rule talking about in the chat too. It actually is pretty efficient with checking one pair to your left, one pair to your right before you go, and then if you have a spare shot, the other player in your pair would go before you look once again for the pair to your left, pair to your right. Because you just never know. Sometimes bowlers get a little animated, and you just never know. The last thing you want to do is be starting an approach, and then all of a sudden somebody runs, jumps, hollers, whatever. It just minimizes distractions for the bowlers. It's a little slower than just single lane courtesy, but if everybody's paying attention, it's really not that much slower. Want to watch, but hey, you can watch on your mobile phone if you got the YouTube app while you're at the water park, but enjoy the day. Talk to them about priorities. Bowling is life, baby. Bowling is life. So File looking for the backup piece of equipment. You always got to know what you want to go to. Solid game for Fa. Getting me in the 260s. Keeping on the lane. 268 with all 10 back. So that'll vault him to plus 86. Still omelet eligible. You got to have your priorities. And a good, healthy breakfast on a Sunday morning. It's one of my priorities, especially here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. Heinrichsberger trying to keep the string going. He's out to 4. in a row. Yeah, I hate for the Mercer County Fair to get rained on, but I'll tell you what, it's bringing a few more people in here. Bleachers are really starting to fill up. I can't even see through the bodies out to lanes 3 and 4. I got to kind of figure out what's going on. So appreciate the sideline reporting there. From Rip Van Revs. And McDonald finding more trouble. McDonald currently sitting in third, plus 61. But temporarily, Foz going to get past him on the leaderboard. Sterner can still get to 225. Foundation frame. And Flash not afraid to wheel it out. Is that going to get all the way back? He wasn't even sure on that one. And even though this Anthony's a 42-foot pattern, you know, the old rule of 31 would say 11th board's your break point. Sterner with that little slower ball speed and letting the ball peel back. Getting that one out to about 5. Rule of 31 be damned. So let's see what Mo can do here, 10th frame. And a little off balance at the line, but he can still finish with a $182. Won't have our leader falling too far down the standings, but it will have him no longer eligible for free eggs tomorrow morning. As another bowler that was eligible for the Pla-Mor Lanes Omelet Award falls by the wayside. Foss still eligible. Sterner with some work to do to stay eligible. And Dombrowski, who's down on 1 and 2. They're just wrapping up. So your player movement as we reach the halfway point here on A squad is a simple 1-pair move to the right. So Moten Company going to move right next door to 11 and 12. 11 and 12 is going to move to 13 and 14. And we're halfway through A squad, B squad at 1:30, C squad at 7 p.m., both those times Eastern. As the PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra pair rolls on. 3 squads today, elimination rounds tomorrow. Stepladder scheduled to start tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern time. And when we crown our champion, not only are they going to receive a gorgeous trophy to take home with them, but also the big check for $10,000. All right, as we enter Game 5 of the PBA BowlerStar.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. We got you on lanes 1 through 4. We're going to start with Graham Fa. Fa on 3 and 4 is your bowler. Pardon me, it's not Fa. That's Lakota. Lakota's your A, McCormick, your B. We'll get over to Fa shortly. Dombrowski, your double A. Lindquist, your double B. 1 and 2, Hale, your A. McCoy, your B. Lennemond, your double A. Flory, your double B. Fa has started Game 2 with open and then a strike. Thanks, everyone, for joining us today from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. This great event, full field of 96 bowlers over 3 squads, taking to the lanes. And glad to be able to bring you coverage of all pairs in play. I know a lot of people appreciate that we can do that. There's not many bowling streamers that can provide full coverage of a house for you during an event. And we're glad to be able to do that for you here with 10 on the deck. We producing this in conjunction with the PBA and along with the granting of live stream rights from Bowl TV/USB-C is how we can bring this to you on the 10 on the Deck YouTube page. I know there's other bowling live streaming out there this weekend. We're glad we're able to bring you PBA action for free. No subscription needed here on the 10 on the Deck YouTube channel. Here is your 4-game scoring update. Graham Fa makes a big leap, plus 96 for Fa's score. Up in the second, just 3 pins behind Simon Mote. Matt Sanders bounces back into third. Hayden Hale up to fourth. Matt Kuba, fifth. Kuba up and down day, 189, 240, 195, 217 for Kuba, but he's fourth on the squad, plus 41. McDonald in fifth at plus 39. Patrick Dombrowski keeps himself in Omelet Award contention. Another 201 game in game 4. All games over 200 to this point for Dombrowski, but he's only at plus 37 in the standings. Dombrowski 7th on the squad. Anthony Lacaz in 8th at plus 36. Jason Sterner, another player, just hasn't thrown anything big today, but he hasn't thrown anything little either. 212, 204, 205, 214 for Sterner to be at plus 35, still Omelet Award eligible at his plus 35 total. And Brandon Flora in 10th at plus 26. Out of 32 bowlers on the squad, 13 bowlers averaging 200 or better. Heinrichsmeyer plus 22, Throckmorton plus 12, and Halverson plus 4. Your remaining players in the positive. You're in Coldwater. And the big news of this past week for the PBA Regional Tour, the stops for the PBA Elite Tour were announced. 21 events in 7 regions. All events will have prize funds, kind of like what we have in your Coldwater. Most of them are expecting to pay $10,000 for first. For the standard division, there will be some senior spots available for the senior division prize fund at each event. And that's going to be kicking off in the East region on September 12th and 13th at Steel City Bowl and Brews in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Lee and Chris DeSant, owners of Steel City Bowl and Brews, and they're going to take care of business with the PBA Elite East Regional number 1, and that full regional schedule for the PBA Elite Tour, along with the remainder of the standard schedule for the rest of the month of August, available on the PBA Regional Tour tab at pba.com. Other regionals happening this weekend in the South region is the PBA CNS Automotive Goose Creek Open at Royal Lanes FEC in Goose Creek, South Carolina. The Midwest region has a PBA 50 event at David Small's Victory Lanes for the Zello Gear Midwest Central Open for the PBA 50 players. East region has the Jordan Lanes Open in Whitehall, Pennsylvania. And in the Northwest region at historic Milwaukee Bowl in Milwaukee, Oregon, the PBA Dave Houston Northwest Open will take to the lanes today and tomorrow. So still this weekend and 2 more of standard PBA regional action before we get into our elite regional schedule coming up shortly. Let's get you over to Graham Fa. Fa bowling on 5 and 6. He's your bowler A. open three-bagger for Fa. Fa bowling with Throckmorton. Throckmorton's had a nice move the last couple of games. Throckmorton's your bowler B. Travis Sherwood, your double A. Anthony Lacaze. Lacaze currently in 8th. Lacaze is your double B on 5 and 6. Over on 7 and 8, Royer Jr., Hersha, Vargo, and Wenzel. And while we're early here in Game 5, let's give you the recap of the championship match from Thursday, the David Diane Kill Central Open. There you see our defending champion here in Coldwater was our top seed in Delphus. And that match got underway in the stepladder with a lot of action from A.J. Johnson. Brett Lloyd, though, finds a way to carry early as he starts with a little trouble in the second frame, goes through the nose. A.J. Johnson returns the favor, however, with a second frame gutter ball, the second gutter ball of the day we've seen for Johnson. But once again, he keeps his composure, puts it back on target, and picked up the spare. And from there, A.J. kept striking for a while. Jumped out to a pretty big lead over Brett Lloyd, as Lloyd just couldn't get the strikes stringing together for him. And there you watch the three-bagger that Johnson had after that gutter spare in the second. Lloyd, as we said, just couldn't get anything going. Couldn't kick corners out halfway through. Found himself down by 33 pins. And then trouble kept continuing for Lloyd. Meanwhile, A.J. Johnson tacked on another strike in the 6th frame. You can see there he was surprised that one held, but another single pin miss for Johnson, this time on a 10-pin. In the 7th, caused him some issues, but here he stepped up 9th frame, and he knew if he struck here, it would force Lloyd to strike out in the 9th and 10th to just have A.J. chuck it down the middle. There you see right now, 37-pin lead going into the 10th. But Brett Lloyd, you just never know what might happen. Sometimes it can be tough to get 7 and 2 balls. Lloyd ended up punching all 3 in the 10th frame. You kind of know it's over, so when you're working on a strike, you just need 7 pins and 2 shots for a 1-pin win. The handshake and the hug there. And there you see Johnson avoiding that gutter at all costs. Gets 8 on that first ball. Ended up picking up the spare, throwing a fill ball. And your champion in Delphus was A.J. Johnson. There you see him getting the trophy, and he had some words to say after the win.
All the craziness that happened with these 2 matches, I really think that someone near and dear to our heart, who we just recently lost, was watching over and was helping out a friend even when he couldn't. And this one's for you, Jacob. I love you, buddy. You're gonna be missed so much by all of us, and I'm sorry I couldn't make it to your friends and family gathering of everyone and your celebration of life. But this one's for you, buddy. I love you, Jacob.
And there's champion receiving his trophy from Kevin Kill, proprietor at Delphus Recreation Center. And congratulations to A.J. Johnson. Regional title number 14. And a $2,700 first place prize. Now, A.J. Johnson, due to prior commitments, missed the event in Minster. So even with that win, he would have taken down 70 points in the Brunswick Cup standings. But you have to bowl all 3 events to be eligible. And that's why, with the great showings they've had so far for Ethan Fiore and your champion in Minster, E.J. Tackett, they are 1-2 in the standings. As you see your top 10, 96 points on top for this event with a full field, 95 for second, 94 for third, and so on. So even bowlers like Dombrowski, Balzer, DeWitt, Lloyd, and McDonald can still make a move and get themselves into some of that Brunswick Cup cash. With that $10,000 total prize fund. After 5 makes his toss here. In the 7th frame. We'll take a peek in on our leader, Simon Mote. Mote bowling at 11 and 12. And 5. Double on the board. All or nothing game for Graham to this point. 2 opens with a 3-bagger and now a double. Mote finding some problems here. No doubles through 5 with an open in the 4th. Gets the spare in the 5th. Mote is your bowler A on 11 and 12. Heinrichsmeyer your B. Robertson your double A. DeWitt your double B. 9 and 10 is Sanders, Walker, Halverson, Kuba A through double B respectively. Sanders in 3rd on the squad. Kuba in 5th. Sanders at plus 83. Kuba plus 41. You know, an all-important number everybody's looking at right now, if they're sitting there watching on B and C squad, is what's going to be 11th place, because of all things are fair, just, and right in the world, it would be 11 off of 2 squads and 10 off another. Not the case in PBA regional events, as it's the top 32 bowlers regardless of squad making their way into tomorrow's advancers round. That round starts 11 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, as Heinrichsmeyer has been fighting his way up the leaderboard. And that was almost a cold watering right there, as that was almost a light 4-7-10. There was a big puckering of the gluteus maximus there for Heinrichsmeyer after that ball hit the head pin. He was definitely a little worried when he saw that 4-7-10 light. Something luckily came over and took out the left side. Sanders crumbles him down for 3 in a row. Sanders games a 269, 187, 216, 211 to this point on the squad. You know, Heinrichsmeyer after the front 4. This game, he overcame a slow start with 178, 216, 196, 232 to get the plus 22 to this point. And all these players know if you want to be successful here in Coldwater, you have to stay patient and you have to stay even-keeled. You start riding that emotional roller coaster, you're going to start making some errant shots that'll really mangle your scoreboard capabilities. Ah, there we go. That was pretty similar to what Heinrichsmeyer had on a light hit. There's the light scrambler 4-pin for Robertson. Robertson's thinking to himself, how can a bad day get worse? He's at minus 55 after 4. Well, that 4 pin will do it. Rip Van Rez, plus 55? You think it's going to get there? Oh, they had a correction on Moat's score. That's why what happened. 208, 256, 217, 218. So Moat still eligible for the Omelet Awards. We have 4 players. Every once in a while on a score entry, or we do have volunteers that gather the scores, and sometimes the score might get written in an incorrect spot, but after every 4 games they verify. After 4 and 6 they'll do a full verification of scores, and they caught that. So thanks for letting me know in the chat, but Bobby Jekyll and getting that recapped. So I don't know if it's going to get the plus. I don't know if it's going to get that high. I don't think scores going to keep going up after 4. Usually the thing here in Coldwater is once it gets to games like 7 and 8, we've seen cuts move backwards. I honestly think it might be more in the plus 20 range. And now you're just starting to see the carry on 11 and 12 of these guys are just going, what's going on? We're hitting light and we're leaving everything. Throw it better. I'll deny ever saying that. But yeah, we've seen. Yeah, it's always tough here, and it's gonna be tough. I think if you get the plus 55, honestly, I think you're walking out of here feeling pretty good about being mid-pack for tomorrow. That's the thing. It's usually so tightly bunched up. You might get a guy that gets real hot and runs away a little bit early. I mean, that happened in Delphus. I mean, Lance Morris led the field by 80 pins after qualifying on Wednesday, and by the second game of advances round on Thursday, he was in 3rd. So we'll have to have a deadwood clear here on lane 11. Let's get back to Fott and company as they're getting into their 10th frame. As we mentioned, Lacaz sitting well at plus 36 after 4. Lacaz's last 2 games, 197, 196. So if you can make those your bad games of the day, you're going to have a lot of success here in Coldwater, regardless of the pattern. That needs help. Didn't get help. I mean, I honestly think we see more combinations of 6 or more pins left, or 4 or more pins left on the pin deck after the first ball here than we see at any other regional event. And we see some interesting combinations. We saw that super washout earlier with the 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 10. And we saw 1, 2, 6, 8, 10 earlier from Heinrichsmeyer. Let's get back over to Moat. Looking to get his first double on the board so he can be back to pacing even. Not going to happen. Kuba keeping it clean, but yet the double. Kuba at plus 41. Topple him down. So if I can strike out, get the 212, that'll be putting him in the triple digits. He'll be the first player officially there. Moat obviously still with a chance to get there. Same for Sanders. If Sanders has a strong finish. That creeps high on Fa. That'll be his first sub-200 game of the day. Won't get the triple digits first, and will not be receiving a free omelet courtesy of Pla-Mor Lanes tomorrow morning, as that takes him out of omelet award contention. Check in on Sanders. Currently third on the squad, plus 83. Sanders pacing 214. Can max at 244. So 5 can max at 192 with a full ride. Let's check in on Dombrowski. Dombrowski just plugging along. 1 double, clean game. 5th game of 200 or over. 3rd game in the 2-0 range. Actually, 4th game in the 2-0 range. High game of the game, high game of the day for Dombrowski, 226. In game 2, other than that, 209, 201, 201, and he needs a 9 count here. It wouldn't officially be a triplicate because it's games 3, 4, and 5, but we can go to USBC. We can go to bowl.com and print them out a USBC triplicate certificate just to have some fun. I don't know how well he'd take that. We did that to Chris Barnes a few years back at Fire Lake. He got a triplicate, like a 182 triplicate, and we printed out a triplicate award off the Bowl TV. Gave it to him after it was done. He laughed momentarily, and I think he threw it away after I turned my back. If you don't have some fun once in a while, you're going to drive yourself nuts. So how about 9? Oh, no! Omelet goes away. 197. Now that leaves us at 2 players, Sterner and Moat. Let's check in with Sterner. Sterner down on 13 and 14. Sterner is your bowler double A on 13 and 14, and Sterner finding some problems this game. 3 opens in his first 5 frames, and Sterner can't get there. Sterner's max 193. Sets it up with a strike in the 8th. Let's check in on Moat. Moat needs to get a strike in the 9th and the first 2 in the 10th with a 7 count on the fill ball to get to 200. Heinrichsmeyer finding some trouble. 3, 6, 7, and 10. And we may have no one left eligible for the Pla-Mor Lanes Omelet Award. Great cover by Heinrichsmeyer. Can still get to 248 this game. Can still keep climbing the standings. Heinrichsmeyer currently on 11th on the squad at plus 22. Oh, you can get pancakes as a side with your omelet. If you want pancake, and I know a couple of people have done it. I need to do it. Linda Ardo, mother of Brian Liederbach, bowling here on A Squad. Linda does the pancake side with the omelet. I know our regional manager, Bobby Jekyll, does it as well. And it's official. A Squad, no eggs for you. Simon Moat can only get to 190 now. as the lanes here in Pla-Mor continue to play tough. Your bowler movement between Game 5 and Game 6. Skip 2 pairs, land on the third, so the bowlers you see here on 11 and 12, they're going to make their way down to 1 and 2. 9 and 10 go over to 15 and 16. We'll get you the 6-game scoring update. We'll talk a little bit more about the Brunswick Cup that encompassed Minster, Delphos, and this event here in Coldwater. And we'll follow our leaders here in the Strike Central feed. Thanks, everyone, for joining us this morning here from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. The 50th anniversary celebration rolls on. And tomorrow afternoon, 5 p.m. Eastern time, we'll have our top 4 players in the stepladder. And after our champion is crowned, look at the $10,000 check, and then we'll be celebrating with the champion here on the lane side patio outside of lane 16 here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. I'm $2 Phil Barlow taking you through the day. Thanks, everyone, for joining us here on A Squad, B Squad at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, C Squad 7 p.m. Notables next squad for B: Tom Smallwood, Ethan Fiore, DJ Archer. Our last 2 champions with Zeke Bate and Brett Lloyd, along with AJ Johnson, your winner in Delphos, and EJ Tackett, your winner in Minster, all joining us at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Pfaff! What's up, my friend? If you haven't checked out Bowling with the Pfaff, great interviews he has on his YouTube channel. Just look for Bowling with the Pfaff, F-E-F. About once a week on average. And it's not just PBA professionals. I mean, let's face it, the bowling world is made up with about 1%, if even that, of PBA professionals and 99% of the average Joes and Janes. Well, there's definitely a lot of above average Joes and Janes in there, but Pfaff with a lot of chat with a lot of bowlers, proprietors, notable commentators, all kinds of people. So check out his YouTube channel, Bowling with the Fef. And you can see some of the great interviews he's done over the, decade? Has it been a decade, Fef? Got to be close. So I see him every once in a while at some PBA events we cross paths at. I know he's going to be a homer for Trey Heiringsmeyer, even though Trey now is calling Wichita, Kansas his home momentarily. Fef from the same area in Wisconsin, around the Eau Claire area.
So it was looking good till frame 5. And like everything just stopped.
Yeah, Fef had some good interviews in the PBA 50 World Series of Bowling. Talked to some players at the Kids World Series. I like to say kids. Well, that's what a lot of the old guys say. Kids Tour. So yeah, check them out between squads. Don't watch them now. I like you, Fef, but not that much. Not taking viewers away in the middle of my squad. There's a lot of choices out there for bowling action today, but PBA-wise, this is the only PBA event being streamed. And you can watch for free thanks to our friends at bowlerstore.com and Pla-Mor Lanes here on the 10 of the Deck YouTube channel. Your players starting out Game 6 on 5 and 6. The players that started on 1 and 2. McIntyre Jr., your A, Liederbach, your B, Poole, your double A, Van Meter, your double B. And 7 and 8, Hayden Hale is your A. AJ McCoy, your B. William Lenemond, your double A. Brandon Flora. There you see you getting ready to step up as your double B. And once again, Hayden Hale, third currently on the Brunswick Cup presented by WCSM Radio points list. Just 9 pins behind Fiore, just 4 pins behind Tackett, and 3 points up on Vargo. I said pins, I meant points. Top 4 places get paid, $4,000 for first, $3,000 for second, $2,000 for third, and $1,000 for fourth. And there are a lot of bowlers that can make their way into that top 4 with a quality finish here this week, and with 96 points available for our winner here in Coldwater, 95 for second, 94 for third, and so on down the line. There can be some definite shakeups of the standings. McIntyre gets Coldwater on the 7-10. Your 5-game scoring update is in the books. And the man you see in your bowler A position starts with 3 spares here in Game 6. But he's also on the top of your leaderboard. Hayden Hale at plus 115. Hale throws a 233 in game number 5 after 268 in game 4 to get to that plus 115. Matt Sanders in second, plus 107. Sanders at the 224 in game 5. Simon Mote falls back to third after a 190 game. Graham Fa, first sub-200 game of the day for Fa. 191 drops in the plus 87. Heiringsmeyer keeps climbing the leaderboard after opening 178. He's followed with 216, 196, 232, 244 to get the plus 66. Matt Kuba hanging tough, 195 in game 5 for Kuba. Has him in 6th on the squad, plus 36. Patrick Dombrowski, Greek Church on the fill ball in the 10th, takes away an omelet. Dombrowski will have to pay for his eggs in the morning. But he's still at plus 34, 7th on the squad. McDonald in 8th at plus 30. McDonald's fallen back his last 3 games, 186, 178, 191. Anthony Lacaze hanging tough in 9th. But a 185 game in Game 5 drops Lacaze back to plus 21. And Brandon Flora, the last bowler in the plus right now, at plus 17. In 10th position, Jason Sterner -3 in 11th. Travis Sherwood 12th at -19. Ryan Liederbach -26 in 13th. So, as we said, one bowler catches a pair that he doesn't score well on. Another bowler catches a pair he matches it perfect and throws it good. And there is a lot of jostling up and down that leaderboard as our squads advance through their competition. We already mentioned bowlers that you're going to see on B Squad a little later today. Let's mention some bowlers that you're going to see coming up tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern on C Squad. Isaiah Shannon, who made our step ladder in Delphus. Kevin McCune, PBA Tour champion, making his first appearance on the swing for the Brunswick Cup. Ryan Burton, Kyle Cook. And a winner last week in the South Region, Terrell Ingalls, along with Chandler Stevens. And BJ Moore, PBA Tour champion. All coming in on C Squad. That is tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern time, your scheduled start time. At the pace these bowlers are bowling, we should be on time all day long, even though there's quite a few frames that are having 2 balls at a time thrown. Bowlers are ready to bowl when it's their turn, and good pace of play happening here in Coldwater.
At least nobody got to see it. We'll just say it was 10 back. No.
Checking in our leader, Hayden Hale. He's down on 1 and 2. Your bowler A. Actually, pardon me, he's down on 1 and 2. He's on 7 and 8. We were with him. Hale's your bowler A. Open frame, no doubles through 5. We'll check in on Matt Sanders momentarily. There's Sanders getting up ready, trying to convert that 2-pin with the 8 sleeper. Gets it done. Sanders opening double offset by that open in the 3rd. Kuba having a good morning. 6th on the squad. Plus 36. Trying to get his first double of the game. Yeah, minus 55 might be the cut. I don't know if it's going to get that low. But yeah, it's just it's always been that way here regardless of the pattern that's out. They've used long patterns, they've used short patterns, they've used everything in the book. And it's just a matter of pair to pair here. And it's not – if it was huge differences, it would probably be a lot easier for the players to be making the adjustments. It's the subtle changes to go along with the changes in lane conditions as this pattern gets torn up. Earl Anthony, 42-foot the pattern on the lane. And, yeah, that's the part that gets them, is that it's the subtle stuff that can just come up and just bite you in the backside. Jacob Balzer, you'll see him starting on lanes 7 and 8 on B squad at 130. I see the question in the chat. No big deal. He's just crossing in the same pair with EJ Tackett. So we'll see if Balzer can get a little read on the lanes from EJ. EJ's second in Brunswick Cup points after the first 2 events. We'll have to see if anybody on B squad can get themselves free breakfast in the morning. Yes, after 5 games on A squad, all 32 players have had at least 1 game under 200. So Sanders is your A. Great start with 269. Fell to a $187 in game 2, but pretty consistent since then. 216, 211, 224. If you can get a second strike here in a row on lane 16, get back to pacing above 200 again and still have a maximum score of 248. That one steps high. So second time in a row, he's gone through the face. This time he takes the 8 out. Leaves the 2-pin. We're going to make a run down the lanes 1 and 2 here. Checking out a couple of bowlers. Their top 5. With Simon Mote. There you see him stepping up. He's your A on lane 1. He's 3rd at plus 89. Trey Herricksmeyer 5th at plus 66. He's your double A. Pardon me. Herricksmeyer is your B. So you'll see him stepping up on lane 1 after Mote, as Mote seems to be in disbelief that he knocked all 10 over. Jason Sterner hanging tough, -3 for his first 5 games. Sterner is your double A, crossing with McDonald. McDonald currently sitting in 8th at plus 30. Evan Gens and Michael Mossbarger. Gens -39 through 5. Mossbarger -87. So those two players looking like, let's say, really turn it around. They're in the competition in Coldwater. Will be here on A squad. Still get to enjoy the free buffet lunch outside that Pla-Mor Lanes and all their sponsors is providing to the players. Be nice to interact with other sponsors and members of the community as a wrap 10 for McDonald. And now Matt Sanders facing some ugly, look at that. Big 4 in the foundation frame. without the miracle conversion here, Sanders is looking at finishing in the max in the 180s. He's just going to take the 2 and move on. So second place might not be there for long for Sanders. We'll check in on Hayden Hale, our leader, in just a moment, as Moat sets up the foundation frame strike. Chance for 234 from Moat. Heinrichsmeyer is going to fire before Hale. And Heinrichsmeyer looking to get in the 250s this game. Hale can't get the 4 to go. Hale keeping the score sheet clean except the 5th, and that's what's going to max him out at 205 this game with a conversion here in the 9th frame. But when you're shooting 205s here in Coldwater, you know you're doing just fine. You're not going to lose a lot of ground to the field, unlike some events at the PBA regional level or even PBA tour level. You shoot 205 and you're losing 40 pins to the field on occasion. You may even gain a few pins on the bowlers behind you with 205. That's what makes this event unique, and that's one of the reasons why I enjoy covering this event at the PBA regional level. I'm a fan of the PBA Elite Regional Tour coming up in September, October, November, and I've always been a fan of the RPI. When it first came back in the 2021 season, when Flow Bowling decided they weren't going to cover that event, PBA was kind enough to give me a call, and myself, Jeff Goodger, took care of handling that event, where Carlos Granados made a conversion of the 4-6-10, a miracle conversion in the 9th frame. And that propelled them to the win and the $15,000 first place check. Always been a fan of that RPI. What a great reward for the meat and potatoes, the lifeblood of the PBA for decades at the regional level. So your player movement from game 6 to game 7, skip a pair land on the second. The players you see here on 1 and 2 will go to 5 and 6. 3 and 4 go to 7 and 8. Moat looking for the big finish. Try to vault himself back up in the number 1 spot temporarily. Not going to happen with that first shot in the 10th. But, of course, the only game that really matters to be number 1 in the standings is after the championship match tomorrow. You can just keep barely making cuts every round as long as you're making cuts. Get yourself in that step ladder, run a step ladder, and get yourself 10 grand and a prestigious PBA regional title. And that step ladder is scheduled to start tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern for the BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. Once again, your lane movement, skip a pair land on the second. And we'll be continuing our A-Squad coverage here from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater. Once again, congratulations. Pla-Mor Lanes, 50 years here in this building. Welcome to Coldwater. Get you started with a couple of PBA Tour champions. Here in 13 through 16, 13 and 14. Dombrowski's your double A. He's bowling with Lakota, your A, McCormick, your B, and Lundquist, your double B. 15 and 16, Fives, your A. Throckmorton, your B. Travis Sherwood, your double A. And PBA Tour champion Anthony Lacaz, your double B. Get you the 6-game scoring update. Won't take too long before the volunteers here at Pla-Mor Lanes get those into PBA Central Regional Manager Bobby Jacob. Bobby will get that score entering done. Get everything verified and out on the link that's in the top of your chat. Some of the fans already taking a little break from the bowling action, getting out the center, getting to enjoy some fresh air as the lunch buffet is opened up outside in the sponsor tent. And all these players here on A squad will be joining in once the squad's complete. I'm sure some of the bowlers that are on B squad are already out enjoying a bite to eat, and then they'll get a chance to digest a little bit before they hit the lanes. 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, your start for B squad. All right, we got some housekeeping done. Let's take a look at the chat and see what anybody's dropped in there. So, Brad Ballerson, yeah, Jake's okay. Good to know. You're a Jacob Balzer fan. You'll be watching on B Squad. Grayson and Chase, let Grandpa watch bowling in peace. He's got important bowlers he has to watch. This is the one nice thing about YouTube nowadays and the advent of tablets and cell phones and such is that bowlers can be watched anywhere in the world by anyone at any place at any time if someone's live streaming it. I know there's a couple live streams out there this weekend. Glad you're joining us here in Coldwater. And I don't think Patrick Dombrowski's heading over to Sweden. I'll have to ask him when the squad's done. I know E.J. Tackett is. I know A.J. Johnson is, as A.J. Johnson has won the Storm Lucky Larson Masters in 2023. And so some of the players from the PBA Tour will be heading over to Sweden, Helgenborg, Sweden. Sean Rash, your defending champion there for the Storm Lucky Larson Masters. Coverage of that event will start August 21st, and the Storm Lucky Larson Masters has their own YouTube channel, so that's where you'll be able to watch it. It will not be on PBA YouTube. I did not get my invite to Sweden this year to be part of the broadcast team. And I wasn't expecting an invite. It would be fun to go over there and just watch that tournament. Just watch. It's such a different format than what we see here on the PBA Tour and even at the PBA regional level. I mean, it's 9 days of qualifying, but the qualifying is just a 6-game block. So if you don't have a great 6-game block and there's room on other squads, you have the ability to re-enter for a fee, of course, and then bowl another 6-game qualifier, try to make the top number. I believe it's near 60 bowlers that make the final rounds. That'll be on August 30th, and then once we get down to our final 4, they'll come back for finals on August 31st. Once again, all that'll be on the PBA. Probably will be on the Storm Lucky Larson Masters YouTube channel, not on the PBA YouTube channel. Storm Lucky Larson Masters. Look for them between rounds. You can check out last year's action on that page. And get ready for this year's final PBA Tour title to be awarded for 2026 if the bowler is a PBA member. And the Swedish bowler could win because it is PBA Sweden. There are several PBA regions outside the United States. PBA Japan, PBA China, PBA France, PBA Sweden. We'll see if that expansion plan continues throughout Europe and Asia. Six-game score update for you. Hayden Hale, plus 120, stays in the number 1 spot. Trey Heringsmeyer, plus 113. Simon Mote, plus 98. Graham Fa, plus 97. Matt Kuba, plus 84. Kuba with a nice climb in the 5th. Sanders needs to stop the slide. Sanders, plus 75 in 6th. Still in really good shape. And then a big drop back. 59 pins back to Lacaze in 7th at plus 16. Dombrowski 8th, plus 10. And Brandon Flora at even. Only 9 bowlers on the squad, averaging 200 or more for their first 6 games. Ethan McDonald drops to minus 13. Travis Sherwood sitting at minus 28. Jason Sterner minus 32. That's your top 12. Once again, 32 bowlers advancing in tomorrow. So the bowlers coming in on A and B squad right now. Or the bowlers coming in on B and C squad, pardon me. They might be looking at their chops because they see Sherwood in 11th at minus 28, but yeah, you still got to throw your 8 games, and you really got to make sure you're staying out of trouble. Best of luck with that here in Coldwater. Dombrowski trying to make the charge back to the plus, and he's got a good start right now with the front 5. Let's check in on our leader, Hayden Hale. Hale is your bowler A on 11 and 12. Hale bowling with McCoy, your B. Lennemond, your double A. Flora, your double B. Flora, your last bowler. Averaging 200 or better. And that's not going to help the cause to try to get above 200 as nope, frame in the 4th. That's a little unusual score. That's the thing with Coldwater, too. It's not just the tough pairs. It's when you get the bad counts to go with it. All of a sudden, you got a rash of 6, 7, 8 counts on your scoreboard compared to somebody that's got strikes and 9s all the way through, and you can lose an extra mark just on those terrible counts. So Brandon Flora wrapping up game 6. We'll get over to that in just a second here. Want to thank Daniel Farish once again. He's been helping me watch the players getting some clips out. This is a replay of Farish's 10th frame. Never mind the deadwood popping on a lane 9. But working on a 3-bagger. Looking to get to 217. And I don't want to say the 5 was there to go with the 710 for Flora, but the 5 was there and was the last pin to actually go horizontal. Once again, thanks to Daniel Ferris pointing out. Ferris coming in on B squad. He's gotten us a couple of good clips. Now back to live action. There you see Hayden Hale, our leader. Hale plus 120 coming off of a 205 game. And he can't even get there with 4 frames to go here this game. 60 in the 5th. Yet to strike 3 opens out of 6 frames and hoping to avoid the 4th open. McIntyre. With the 710. We'll check in on second place Trey Heinrichsmeyer momentarily. A little tease. I mean, Florida, right now, 0 is not in bad shape, even on the day. If you can get a double here, get a chance to pace out for 190 or 200. And that's not going to happen now with the 2-8-10. Just goes to show you how good of a day Hayden Hale, Trey Heinrichsmeyer, Simon Moak, Graham Fa, Matt Kuba, and Matt Sanders are all having right now. I mean, normally in a PBA regional event, if you're averaging 220 like Hayden Hale, you might be 10th, 15th, 18th for 6 games. He's leading. And Lacaz, averaging 202, is 7th on the squad. And Moat, you can't get it outside here because it doesn't want to come back. Moat with the open frame. Back-to-back opens. He's going to keep sliding down the leaderboard. There's some places in the world that if you're a bowler, you really need to visit and or bowl at. One of those being Howler House in Milwaukee. I've been lucky enough to bowl there. I've actually been lucky enough to tape some of our Brew City bowling shows there. As DeWitt thought it was going to be a terrible shot, and he gets a messenger to take out the 10. Sam, your predictions today have not been well. So, yeah, I've been lucky enough to do stuff at Howler House. And this is another center that everybody should have the chance to visit, bowl at, eat at the restaurant here. The food here is phenomenal. Wow, and Heinrichsmeyer shredding the rack up. Moat. Wow, he's looking at another open. Hale picks up the single pin, but looking like Trey Heinrichsmeyer is going to be your new leader, and it's going to be by a lot at the pace that Hale and Moat are rolling at right now. Look at that. And then to add insult to injury, the 6-pin slides away from the 3-pin for Moat. Let's see if we can get that ball to carry all the way down the line. It's possible you can hit that 1-3 and not have it get to the 6. Hey, gets it done, though. The other half goes away for Moat. Robinson having a solid game right now, 5 in a row. Problem is for Robinson. Robertson minus 77 for his first 6, so even with a good game here, he'd have to throw another really good game in game 8 to make the cut. It's possible, don't get me wrong. And DeWitt goes crossover for 5 in a row. Let's see what Heinrichsmeyer can do here. For his 5th in a row as well. There you go. Heinrichsmeyer in the Brunswick Cup points. He's a ways back. He had a bad event in Minster. Finished in a tie for 40th. So he's sitting back at 96.5 points. And even with 96 points here, it's not the number of points you gain, it's the number of bowlers you have to try to get by. And there's way too many bowlers for Heinrichsmeyer to get by to get any chance of that Brunswick Cup money unless a lot of bowlers fall on their face during qualifying. And I just don't see that happening. Sterner trying to get back into the plus. He's minus 32 right now. If he strikes out, he can get to 238 and get back into the plus. Once again, bowler walks out of here this morning. If they're plus 50, plus 55, they're probably walking out. Probably going to be mid-pack coming back in tomorrow for advancers round at 11 a.m. Would not surprise me if the cut ended up being that even or even a little less. After Heinrichsmeyer files another strike here. Well, he has to throw it first, obviously, before he can file it away. But looking for a sassy 6th in a row. Looking to get 2. .276 this game. We'll check in on Hayden Hale. Wow, no doubters the last 2 shots for Heinrichsmeyer. Hale stepping up lane 11, foundation frame. Max out at 178. And he's getting maximum bang for his buck this game as he has yet to strike through 9 frames. Welcome to Coldwater. Oh, did you strike in your first 6 games? Let's move you a pair. Got the report in from 15 and 16. Thanks to our silent reporter, Rip Van Rems, for the game in the 260s for Fa. Believe that's 268. Yes, it is 268. So that'll move Fa plus 165, but at the rate Heinrichsmeyer is striking, may not pass him, but like we said, once again, doesn't matter. The only game that matters is that you're in the #1 spot when all's said and done. This is the championship match of the stepladder. Hale's just still staring it down, going, "Are you kidding me? What do I need to do to strike?" Sterner Foundation for him, as we said, Flash looking to get back into the positive. That's not going to get him there. So your player movement the final game, just a pair to the right. 9 and 10 goes to 11 and 12. 5 and 6 goes to 7 and 8, so on and so forth. As our 8th and final game of A Squad is going to be underway momentarily. Thanks to everybody who's joined us this morning from Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio, for this PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Extra Pair. It's going to be an interesting day on this Earl Anthony pattern in Coldwater. It's going to be a fresh application for B Squad at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. C Squad at 7 p.m. Eastern will get a fresh application as well. And if you're an EJ Tackett fan, and I know there's a few of you out there, you'll see him starting on lanes 7 and 8 on B Squad at 1:30. Well, Heinerspire probably pretty happy that's the second shot of the 10th frame. He's still going to be at 263. He'll be your new leader as we enter our 8th and final game here on A Squad. We'll get back to Heinerspire. Heinerspire finished 3rd last year in the stepladder. Lost to Brett Lloyd before Lloyd faced the top seed Zach Tackett for the title, and Lloyd snuck by Zach Tackett. Take home the 10 grand. You'll see Brett Lloyd 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. He'll be starting on lanes 9 and 10 with A.J. Johnson, Noel Vega, and Aiden Furukawa on his pair. To finish off A squad here, we'll start you on lanes 13 through 16. Hayden Hiller was our leader after 6. This is your bowler A. AJ McCoy, your B. William Lenemond, your double A. Brandon Flory, your double B. 15 and 16. Brian Lakota, your A. McCormick, your B. Dombrowski, your double A. Lundquist, your double B. So a couple pairs just finished, but I see the scores getting run back into the tournament office by the great volunteer staff here at Pla-Mor Lanes in Coldwater, Ohio. And we should have that 7-game scoring update for you pretty darn quick. Once again, I want to thank BowlerStore.com, not only for being the title sponsor of the event, but also helping us bring in the live stream the events in Minster last weekend and Coldwater this weekend. Get into the pocket without emptying yours. Get your great new product specials available to you. Check out BowlerStore.com between squads. Get yourself all set up for your fall league season. It's going to be here sooner than you think. Beat the rush. And if you forget something, you need a rush, they can arrange shipping for as quick as 1 business day. Check them out at BowlerStore.com. Graham Fa. We're going to get a scoring correction here because Fa is your bowler A. Oh, that's not Fa. I'm sorry. That's Lundquist. I got my lefties confused. Fa's going to be down on 1 and 2. We'll check in on Fa momentarily. We'll check back in on Heiringsmeyer as well, as Heiringsmeyer is going to be your new leader after 7. Heiringsmeyer, if you're a fan of his, I want to check him out right away. Trey's on 7 and 8 this game. Actually, let's make our way down there. Is a little puzzled look on the face. Of Lundquist after that missed spare. Simon Moat, your A. Heiringsmeyer, your B. Robertson, your double A. DeWitt, your double B on 7 and 8. On 5 and 6. Sanders, your A. Walker, your B. Halverson, your double A. Kuba, your double B. Kuba and Sanders have been sitting pretty well in the standings all round long. always within the top 8. Eriksmeyer, first toss of game 8, a bit light. And here in Coldwater, pretty much more than, I mean, it's always important to get 2 good shots physically correct off your hand at any PBA event, heck, at any tournament in general. But to be able to do it and make the adjustments, as we talked about how subtle things are from pair to pair here, they're different, but they don't always jump out at you. And then making those adjustments for a big finish like we saw for Eriksmeyer last game as he finished at 265. Gets in the plus 176. He's your leader. Graham Fa, the only other player in triple digits. Fa down on 1 and 2. Let's check in. Fa should be stepping up momentarily. He's got to double the start. He's your bowler A. Now 1 and 2 with Throckmorton, your B. Sherwood, your double A. Lacaz, your double B. Hayden Hale drops to 3rd, plus 84. Sanders 4th, plus 77. Dombrowski. Big game for Dombrowski. 259 in game 7. Gets Dombrowski to plus 69. Simon Moe drops to plus 66 in the 6th. Kuba hanging tough in 7th, plus 61. Lacaz, he's going to need a decent game. He's already got 1 open on the board at plus 20 in 8th. Ethan McDowell 9th at plus 11, and then we're in the minuses. DeWitt minus 4. Halverson, Flora, and Mossberger minus 33. Sterner minus 37. Lindquist minus 40. Tell you what, you finish in the plus on this squad, you're feeling pretty good about your chances for getting back tomorrow. And if you're Kuba on up, and you stay at that plus 60 number or better, you're feeling really good about where you're going to be starting the day tomorrow. So once again, your game-by-game scoring update is available to you through the link pinned at the top of your chat. Fa, 3 in a row to start. We'll get back over to Heinrichsmeyer. Let's take a peek. Hey, Rex, Real Experience Bowling. Thanks for checking in from Grand Rapids. Thanks for the kind words in the chat. Another good YouTube channel. I honestly don't bowl anymore, so I don't really follow ball reviews as much, but I know you guys see all kinds of them out there on YouTube, and you go in detail on those. I know a lot of bowlers follow you for their coverage of new ball releases and all kinds of other stuff, so that's another great channel to check on YouTube with Real Experience Bowling. It's got to be a little added confidence knowing how well you've bowled in this center before. I mean, as we said for Henriksmeyer, third here last year, first time in the building. Graham Fa has done extremely well in this building. Graham Fa, winner of this event in 2022. Several good showings as well, but it's tough to win in this building, and it's tough to win twice in this building, as in 17 previous editions of this event. Only one bowler has won more than once, and that's Brian Wallachek, USBC Hall of Famer. Won twice in the early 20 teens. Parker Bone has won in this building twice. However, one of those wins for Parker was a year that they had a PBA 50 regional event here shortly after this BowlerStore.com event. So Parker has won twice in this building. He just did one of them as a PBA 50 player. And glad to have the opportunity to come back out to Howell, New Jersey for the 5th year in a row. 10 on the Deck Productions is going to be live streaming the Parker Bone Scholarship Tournament. From Howell Lanes in Howell, New Jersey. One of the best scholarship events on the East Coast, draws in so many great young players. Alex Horton, a former winner of that event. Of course, the members of the Bone Legacy, Brandon Justin and Cindy Bone, have won in that event. Anna Anthony, Junior Team USA member, has won a couple of times in the U18 and U15 girls. Yeah, last weekend in September we'll be coming to you from Howell Lanes in Howell, New Jersey, and then the final matches in each of the 5 divisions: U12 mixed, U15 and U18 girls, U15, U18 boys, coming to you from inside of Rev Rates and Bones Elite Training. Which is part of Howell Lanes, nice little 5-lane section. And it's actually, for us, it's almost like a little TV studio. So hopefully you get a chance to check it out at the end of September. And we'll be streaming that on the Bone Legacy channel. So another channel where you get to see a lot of videos that Justin and Brandon Bone produce about the Bone family, about tournaments that they're in. And I'll tell you what, Justin Bone, might be Parker's name on it, but before the event, Leslie Bone gets everything set up and going, and Justin Bone has done some amazing work with writing his own tournament software. Those scores turn around so fast with the help they get with the volunteers, and yeah, Justin, Brandon, and Cindy do an amazing job helping out now. Now that they're all either in college or graduated from college. They come back for that weekend, and we're glad to be a part of it with 10 on the deck. We'll have every pair and play covered. 26 lanes during qualifying, and once again, we get to the championship match. We'll have the final matches inside of Rev Rates. Haven't missed much on 1 and 2. They're taking care of a pin setter issue. We'll get back down there momentarily so we can peek in on Graham Fon, Anthony Lacaze. Lacaze is actually running into trouble right now. He just left the 4-6 split. And with Lacaze already sitting at just 20 over in a little bit of a precarious spot, he's going to need to get one, move on, and start avoiding some trouble the rest of the way out. I'm surprised Heinrichsmeyer got 9 out of that. We know he can get deep and loop it, but that was a tad bit of a surprise there. Graham Fa, EJ Tackett, and some other PBA players, AJ Johnson included, Deandra Asbeatty from the PWBA Tour. They're all going to be at American Family Field in Milwaukee on Wednesday, September 9th for Bowlers Night at the Ballpark. Sponsored by the PBA and H5G brand, so that's going to be a great time at that Brewers versus Cubs game. I think the Bowlers section tickets are all sold out. You can still get your chance to get into the game, but those Cubs-Brewer games usually sell out. They don't call it Wrigley North for nothing because it's actually a lot easier for some people from the north side to get to American Family Field and probably cheaper as well. First time we see Fa running into trouble in a while. Open frame on the front 4. Over to Heinrichsmeyer. Covers up the spare. Yeah, FF, I hear you calling it Wrigley North too, but as a diehard born and bred Brewers fan, but let's be honest. I mean, you should never see a Cubs fan in the front 5 rows in any part of American Family Field, with those being season tickets. You see them in there, just, ugh. Some people would rather take a few bucks and sell their fandom out. Oh, that's going to need a lot of help. Lacaze needing the 75-foot lane there. Unfortunately for him, all lanes are USBC 60 feet foul line to head pin regulation here inside of Pla-Mor lanes in Coldwater. How much fun would that be, though? Different size lanes, different length lanes, different width lanes. I mean, think about it. There was a 100-foot lane in Reno in 1995 at what's now the Grand Sierra. Back then it was the Reno Hilton. Standard width, but 100 feet long. I know in Oklahoma there's a 100-foot lane at a center. I can't remember if it's an Andy B's center or not. I've seen photographs. It's blanking on me on where that 100-foot lane is, but it'd be pretty neat. Do a 120-foot lane, make it 78 boards wide. And then do like 30 pins instead of, there'd be 28 pins actually, wouldn't it? If you did a row of 7 behind row of 5, row of 6, row of 7, yeah. That'd be 28 pins. Score marking could get interesting. All right, you doubled, and then you got 21 pins. So you 28 and 28 and 21, and scoring could get interesting that way. There's a center I live stream at on Wednesday nights all summer long, Country Lanes in Franklin, and we have the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series we live stream on Wednesdays. It's open to anybody, any averages. It's handicapped. It's fun. Gives people their 15 minutes of internet fame. And for a fundraiser that the owners, Kevin and Leanne Meyer, have every year for a golf and bowling fundraiser, they have a standard 60-foot lane that they put together outside as Fob bounces back after the frame with a double. But they have it a little wider once it gets to the head pin, as they have a row of 5 and a row of 6 behind the row of 4 for 21 pins, because for people with Down syndrome, which is what their oldest daughter Leilani has, they have an extra copy, a third copy of the 21st chromosome. And so they have people bowl on that outdoor lane, and then they get the number of pins they knock down subtracted from their golf score. You get one shot at it. That's it. You don't get to shoot your spares. In 2 years, no one has struck. Somebody has gotten 20 pins, but no one has struck. As Heinrichsmeyer runs it out to a 3-bagger. But yeah, it's pretty interesting to see that. Yeah, that long lane that Packy bowled on, that had to be the same lane that I'm thinking of in Oklahoma. It seems like it's up on like a second floor or something with, because you can see other lanes around it. I'll have to research that between squads. I'm going to grab something to eat, and I have to look for the 100-foot lane in Oklahoma. I mean, it's got to be pretty cool to do. I mean, golf has different length holes. It'd be fun to do different length lanes. As we've seen from some internet videos, somebody grabbing a bowling ball and standing 8 feet away from the pocket doesn't guarantee a strike. And Mo gonna get, oh, I thought he was gonna grab that one. Almost got a lucky bounce out of the pit. Moat still with a solid game. If he can mark, just get marks. Stay at 2-0. Stay at 60 some over on the day. Yeah, he'll be good for tomorrow. I just don't see B and C squads just having 14 guys off of each squad running them over. So the battle now between Henrik and Fa for who leads A squad, but that's just bragging rights at the buffet line. Welcome to Coldwater, young man. There you see Fa's scoreboard. He's A on 1 and 2. He's going to be stepping up in the 9th frame, looking to get 4 in a row once again this game. Only the errant shot in the beverage frame, keeping Fa from having a perfect scorecard. And boy, oh boy, Lacaz in a world of hurt. 97 in the 7th. Can max out at 187. And it's looking like Lacaz might drop down into the minus column. Gets him to go there. He's going to need to get 3 more of those to avoid dropping in the minus column. You can't just go, oh, I hit 1 and 2. It's the worst pair in the house. Sir, you're in Coldwater. Every pair is the worst pair in the house. So Fa with a possible 266 remaining. If you can punch the last 4. That one slices high. So Max now at 241. Pardon me, 243. About 11 pins behind Heiringsmeyer. Coming into this game, but once again, it's just bragging rights at the buffet line. Who gets to slap the first burger on their plate? Thanks for the information in the chat. Route 66 in Chandler, Oklahoma. I knew it was in Oklahoma. And if I ever get back down to Fire Lake Bowling Center in Shawnee, I may have to make a side trip, even if it's a couple hours. Don't know the distance. Don't have my maps handy or my Waze. But I would definitely have to check that out in Chandler, Oklahoma for the 100-foot lane. Thanks for the information in the chat. Jim Ward. Get back over to Henriksmeyer, as he'll be firing here in his foundation frame prior to Fa stepping up in the 10th. Well, if DeWitt can get to 214 here, what's he at coming in? -4, +10. Might give him a little sniff of hope for tomorrow. Henriksmeyer gets all 10 to go. So 238 max for Trey. .243 max for Fa. And Lacaz in the world of hurt at the moment with trying to advance to tomorrow, as it's not looking likely. as he's going to fall well under into the negative. Foul looking for the second one in the 10th. Four does the job on the 7 to take it down, so good count here. Foul being the 240s. And we'll be wrapping up the audio portion of your A squad qualifying. You can watch all the feeds until the last ball is thrown. And we want to invite everybody back to join us on B Squad at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of the players you're going to see on B Squad include your going to be 4-time Player of the Year, E.J. Tackett, PBA Tour Champion A.J. Johnson, Tom Smallwood, Ethan Fiore. Your last two winners of this event, Zeke Bate and Brett Lloyd. Along with the man leading the run for Player of the Year in the Central Region, Lance Morris. Throw PBA Tour Champion DJ Archer on there as well. So 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us back here from Pla-Mor Lanes, Coldwater, Ohio, celebrating their 50th anniversary. I'm $2 Phil Brylow. Parents, take the kids bowling because you know they are going to have fun for life. And we'll see you back here in a little while.
dead over my left toe, didn't get right of 10, straight to the face. And I let the 6 up to 10. And then I threw my spear ball, but I hooked at it. But like, whatever, I'm just gonna get the 3. I hooked at it. The fin shot right off the pit. I was like, oh, sweet. Bro, what? I went -3 in the last 2 with a 160. I went 160, 230.
Okay, squad, that includes your 8 games of qualifying with the 2026 PBA BowlerStore.com Central Classic presented by Moxy's Xtra Pair. If you have not done so already, please go ahead and get those score sheets turned in to me at the counter. Also, A squad bowlers, if you could, please go ahead and clear out your equipment so B squad can get in there as well and get ready for their squad as well. I will bring you your results as soon as I get all the numbers verified, and we'll have roll call for B squad at approximately 1 o'clock. Thank you.